All right, today's our last blueprint stream for now, at least, unless if more time gets added via some of my stream systems. I don't think I'm going to be able to finish any of the 3 big puzzles I'm working on. Realm Sigils is going to require some specific stuff. Safes is going to require some specific stuff. And the country puzzle, maybe. I feel like I have to do Realm Sigils to have a chance at the country puzzle, but I'll do my best here. We'll see how bad I get screwed by RNG. I wonder if there's anything you could really do with this phase of the game. It might just be a problem with the shape of an Epiphany puzzle, or that as you start running out of puzzles to work on, that the strategy of just having a lot of things run into doesn't work as well. Like, it's great in the first 20 hours when there's like 70 things for you to do, so you're always getting something to work on. More control over the RNG at this stage of the game would be nice. I feel like they could do that without it being a big problem. Okay, well, I don't need the tomb anymore. Could try to figure out other things that the shrine does. Okay, yeah, I just unlocked this. Is this like a challenge mode or something, or does this unlock like unique progression? Let me see which blessings I've done 2 of them. Shrine. $30 was monk. Trophy for it. Okay. Is it like limits the number of steps you can take or something? That's what the story was about. Just dump all the money here to see what it does. High roller. Gain die in shop room. 5 money when you roll die. 6 days, that's forever. Is it multiples of 10 coins? Oh, okay, that's interesting. Is that the only thing that, well, at least for the immediately obvious puzzles, is that the main thing that it was unlocked as a result of getting that library book? I'm gonna get a shovel in this room. Don't really need the bottom left corner. I gotta do the library, but I'm sure I'll get another chance for it. I need to make sure I do a new clue with the magnifying glass. Hey, Serp, how you doing? In a box next to this box. All right, well, if this is true, and this is true, this would also have to be true, which can't be the case. If this is false, and this is false, this could be true, which would collapse it to the black box. Doesn't really matter because I can still get up there. I'll take this. I really need to try to figure out what the different classroom grades are that I saw in the library. I think I'm set back by like many hours by putting the foundation outside. Not being able to use my outdoor rooms is really, really, really bad. There's my chance for the library. Then I'm down to... the boiler room has to get me an exit to everything else. I'm gonna get punished for delaying the library for this long, but it's probably fine. Okay, so that gets me a die. I get money for spending the die. This will give me a die too. Okay. Still correct to just not touch the skull, right? It makes red rooms more common, was that right? Dead end rooms, okay. Maybe that's good if there's a specific dead end room you're looking for, I guess. Uh-oh, I might be fucked. I don't think I ended in the appropriate room yesterday, so I didn't start with a key. Well, that's a quick death. And I guess my hallway build is ruined then. Yeah, it's the fastest I've died in a while. Guess I was asking for it. 6 keys, 8 gems. Bummer. All right. Maybe given that getting to higher ranks is less crucial now, having the hallways is not as helpful. It was helpful to me earlier, though. And I didn't pull the library. I was gonna find it. I'll get more chances to pull the library. Yeah. Managed to avoid it most of the playthrough. God, fucking root cellar. We take the shelter to get a console to try to get the allowance experiment. And maybe try to do the all doors unlocked thing. All right, well, no allowance increase. I guess dice are more interesting, although it's a 1 in 3 chance to get it. I want to get more aquariums. because they count as shops, and so give me dice. You try doing unlock or bypass a security door, but watch me not see any apples this run. Let's see. I guess I got an immediate utility closet and could have tried to do the bypass thing. Probably want to do the pantry at some point, though it's not guaranteed to have an apple. Nice. 3 aquariums have been added to the draft pool. Oh, that burns shelters, though. I didn't even think about that. Oh, whatever. It's fine. It's going to be the same regardless, so... Take a free sledgehammer. Let's try to not die here immediately. Okay. Sure, I pick up some gems. Might have to buy that key soon, too. We'll see. Trying to learn to remember to look here. Still kind of putting myself in a position where I'm only getting 1 exit, but I do have 3 dice, so... God damn it. Just already bought everything from the shop. Well... Let's do that, because it gets me out of trouble a little bit here. Yeah, it seems cool. You have to get all the sources of plus steps, I assume. This costs a gem, but it refunds a gem now because of the... Oh, it's nice that the safe just... I don't have to press this to reveal it. should be sheltered. No. Well, I got rerolls. Okay, I haven't left any apples behind. Right. Does he have to get to room 46? Is that the challenge? So we can do this. I might be in trouble after doing this, but just because I'm spacing, turning the keycard entry system off and setting the thing to offline means that now all the doors are bypassed, right? So I probably should have taken that, but not comfortable walking around with 2 keys here. Oh, yeah. It's interesting to figure out one time and annoying to remember to do every other time after that. Maybe you could make it like a progression unlock. You get something that just makes it so the settings in security are always what they ought to be, right? Because I think it's all able to be determined, right? Keycards off. Set the system to offline as long as you've drafted the room. If you have a keycard, set it to high as long as you've drafted the room. So on. Still can't do this treasure map, right? Let me look at my notes. This is another drafting thing that I'm just gonna have to make a point of trying to do it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I already fucked it up. All right, do hallway. I guess I would die anyway because I don't have anywhere to go from there. Hey, Bucky, how you doing? I think if they made it an unlock, that would be fine. If it was a thing that you paid for one time, right? Found a thing that upgraded the security room. So you had to do it the traditional way at least once. Maybe you have a special room that you can only unlock. It's like a special security door that only opens when the power's off. And you've set that setting in the security room to show that you know how to use it. Alright, should be able to bust these open. Don't really need the pump room. This could be good. Really, really loves to give me that secret garden key. Secret garden spreads a special kind of secret garden fruit through the rest of the house, or can it send any kind of fruit? Is it apples specifically? I thought it was that like special reddish orange fruit. I assume it's based on rank, right? Oh, nice. I'm gonna guess that it's 3 successful experiments for the shelter to work. I have no particular reason to suspect 3, but I imagine most experiments it's hard to proc even more than once, so... It's like 5 or something, that would be incredibly cruel. Okay. Freezer... This run's not dead, though. I do need more keys, and I could try to remember to come do this. Okay. Wait, really? Oh, I see. I didn't realize that the square thing could be colored. That makes more sense. Okay. Right on. Now, making the gymnasium dark disables the effect. Why do I know that? I must have asked that. Because I was like, why would they let me turn the gymnasium on and off? I guess Simon refuses to, like, play basketball if it's too dark in the room. Showroom's good. I have the chapel. I could try to go break it. I have other ways to get a bunch of money here. Okay, well, we want the moon pendant. Master key would end up being overkill. Opens all normal doors. First 3 floorplans you draw. So I would need 160 coins. I would need 260 coins to be able to get that trophy. There's no way. I mean, I feel like the amount of coins that's in the chapel, it's going to be of order like maybe 40 on the high end. So I can't depend on that to save my life here. So maybe this isn't the run to try to do that. Guess this is unfortunate too because I got like the most expensive possible items with the master key. Gems are in the only box with a false statement. One of the other boxes is true. So if this is false, both of the other boxes are false, which isn't possible. So that Well, hold on. This is tricky. We say this is true, that can hold. The gems are in the only box with the true statement. The gems are in the only box with the false statement. Okay. So if this is true, then this would have to be true, and this would be the only one that's false, since we know there are two true statements. I think that has to be the case, because otherwise, if this is false, the whole thing collapses. Now, if they, because they're all three false, so it's in the blue box, basically. Oh, laundry room, finally. Am I dead if I draw the laundry room, though? No, I can still exit out of the gymnasium. Okay. So it was... There was an X on the ground. I don't know if that means that I can dig, or if it specifically requires the jackhammer. On aquarium. Okay, that's clever. File cabinet key. Okay, well I know where to take that. That's exciting. I can draw it. Do I want 69 keys? Just keep this place in mind. I might come back to it. Okay, are you gonna give me the archives game, or are you gonna be mean? Finally, that worked. One of these guys. Okay. 3 dice. Run's almost over, so I could take this right now. That's cool. It's a pretty good thing to get. There's the chance for those shoes specifically to spawn in the sauna. Gotcha. Woods Reserve, just any item could spawn in there if I can consider I might get shoes if I roll the sauna. CXET. I see. Well, there's the vault, but that's end of run, and I don't have the vault key. Still have a key. Lots of turnips this run, apparently. Okay. This is where the chronograph could be useful because it could save me if I need to go back to an earlier roll. So specific. I feel like what the chronograph should do is it should let you approach a door, see what the rolls are, and then back out from the door and come back to it. And it should do the thing that it already does. I think it should do both of those things. I think that would be completely fair. Do the kitchen here to get another reroll. None of those are an apple. Plus 5 steps for every green room in your house. It's a pretty good deal. Coupon book plus 50% off sale plus banana plus coupon or the other coupon book. Oh, the salt. That's what I meant to say. Boiler room. Did I roll a boiler room? Yeah, pretty good. 80 steps should last me basically all day, so let's try not to fuck things up by other means, which it's actually pretty easy for me to fuck things up, so... Fortunately, I can't dump my money in the chapel. Alright, it's time to stop saying I'll get the library later, because I'm literally not going to get the library later at this point, so let's go ahead and just take it. Should be the drafting strategy book, I think. See what's up here first. Gems in each green room. I don't want to die here. I guess the library already has an exit. To the north. Alright, I was really hoping to get like the archives or something, but that's too bad. A little late for that. Okay, take these screenshots. Hold on. Other documents. Library drafting strategy 5. Can't read these just yet. Hold on. And then after this, I can finally pull a new clue again. I think that's the only book. I think A New Clue is the only library book that I don't have screenshots of because I didn't have the magnifying glass. All right, let's see. Death of drafting. Yeah, I hate dead ends. They're the worst. Put them in corners, right? Interesting that they specifically call out the lavatory there, which must have some application that I don't yet know about. Otherwise, why would they say that it helps? Yes, it removes it from the draft pool. It's kind of an interesting concept. But I feel like I don't see the lavatory that many times in a run. With the Aided Year and Angels already. Grounds for termination. To plan out. Bottom left. Any other page that has a weirdly spaced... I mean, I'm sure it's there to just fill out the block of text there. Former groundskeeper Denny Ravane, who we knew about. The tool shed is the groundskeeper's tool shed. Okay. Just let me know what they all are. Okay. Does this display them in any sort of order relative to how much money you have to spend on them? So I noticed that Monk is before High Roller. I did the Tinkerer, I think, once. Wow, I kind of hate Blessing of a General. It's worth a maximum of like 15 gems. I guess maybe 20 if the fifth one counts at the moment you draft it. It seems like a giant pain in the ass to try to make it happen. Okay. It always pays for itself. Oh, Secret Passage being a dead end is kind of interesting. Drafting 19 dead ends in one day. Oh, fuck. This one has fine print. I really hope that's not important because I don't think I'm going to get a chance. I'm going to have to come back here again. I can kind of read it. Hold on. Dead end content. I can't. I can kind of read it, but I can't quite read it. I can make out at least the name of Fenaries. Okay. There's the archives. Good. Okay, let me add these to my screenshots. File cabinet from key from laundry room. Whoa. Oh, well, fuck, I already knew that. Damn it. I was really excited for a second. All right. It's 1886. Disavow all prior printed support of House Desolate. Let's give more specific dates here that might matter. I'm going to say March 10th. Why would it be March 10th and not March 10, the digit? Okay, maybe that doesn't matter. Doubt with her mother's surnames. So she also has the mole. Okay, no. Well, there's new information in there, but nothing I can immediately use. Oh, good. Guess we can check to see if that's enough radiation. I set security to high, and I think I saw 2 security doors because this game is frequently mean. And I'm probably going to be locked out of rolling the foundation again for a really long time, it seems like. I can do 2 things in the bottom corner. I can try to adjust the rarity of floor plan, so I'm doing something meaningful today. I have 77 steps to fuck around too, so. I kind of want to get this study more commonly. Maybe not common because it is a dead end, but you want it with the Hubble. Having it can be a lifesaver too. I'm trying to decide, do I want the study in every single run? Because I might. Because I may spend gems. So obviously I don't want to do it constantly if I don't have a bounty of gems, but it might be enough to keep me from gaming over. But because it's a dead end, like, am I actually going to draft it, or am I going to skip over it every time I see it? I think standard's probably the right tier. I don't like this room. Already got the, I guess it's a gem because of the safe, but I do have lots of money now, and can the locksmith ever stock the vault key? Standard's probably right here. I don't know if I wrote down this golden rook in the conservatory. Oh, no, I did. Try going to room 46 here. Just to putz around in there now that I know a little bit more about what's going on. I mean, I have all my screenshots too, but I've got 73 steps, so I may as well. I have 114 coins. Which I can't really spend on anything. I guess I could go to the showroom and try to buy one of the expensive things and hope I carry it over to the next day since I do have the moon pendant. But it's equally likely to grab anything from my inventory here, right? I'd love to make the freezer more... Well, I guess I don't want it to be common because I'd be skipping it every time I see it, trying to save it for the right moment. I'm almost positive that there's not enough money in the chapel for me to be able to get all of the stuff from the shop and the trophy. I think it should be... You have to get everything from the shop, and then the trophy becomes purchasable in a separate run for 100 coins. Having it all be in the same run seems like pretty mean. Like, I guess they should reward you for getting 250 coins or whatever the fuck, but... Oops. Hey, thank you, Six Gun. How have you been? This is going to challenge my theory about being 3 rooms, because I can also just ask. You're super awesome. Thanks. Appreciate that. Network. Nice. So is it 3 experiments? I did 4. Should have been keeping track of how much money I was losing to this room. Three would make sense to me. I could, like, send some of this stuff over. Okay, let's see. Still don't know what the missing thing is that I haven't made yet. It's too late to make the super shovel. So there's really nothing left for me to sledgehammer, right? So if I'm going to make something, it should be the super shovel. There's really no more dig spots, but... Surprised I didn't make the jackhammer required for digging up in the laundry room. It's almost certainly going to be an aquarium, right? I guess not. That'd be good. Well, I guess we know what that room is. Yeah, let's do that. I think I got some new letters here too. Nine, 3. All right, hold on. I got to review which ones of these I already screenshotted. Mail room. Okay. Left to right, I guess. Yeah, I already did that one. I think these are the new ones. I feel like this information needs to come to you much sooner. Is the main way to get letters in here via the experiments? I guess it makes sense because it's from Randolph, the laboratory guy, but... Moral quandary. Any hidden information in this letter? I guess maybe some player somewhere has gotten crucial information from the letters before they discovered it through other means, but it seems like you have to have successfully done the lab experiment a bunch of times. Oh, well, that's fucking cool. That's actually really helpful. I might actually get an episode title. I was worried I wasn't going to draft a new room. Is the one in the back? Oh, wait. It's hard to select. Okay. Oh, add more columns to my document. 1 second. Actually, let me just do more rows. It's probably simpler. Kirk Darren. Somehow reached a room they shouldn't have been able to find. New names, adding the spin list. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, no, that's just the trick I already know about. Okay. I thought maybe the filled in circles were some other trick that I could do in the utility closet with the weird vac thing. Wait, is that talking about something else, or is it just saying, hey, you can shut it off and then go to security? Fortunately, I already got this taken care of. What do you know about room rarity? There was no new information in that, right? It was weird to have this thing talking about room rarity in a section talking about security doors. It's just an unrelated postscript, I guess. That's just helping me in case I was stuck on this puzzle, I guess. Nothing new there. Okay. I don't have a key card, do I? There's no foundation anyway, but... This would be a great run to dump all my money in the chapel, but... it's sheltered, so I can't. So, since I got all these steps, let me just look at my chess pieces to see if I happen to have all the chess pieces represented in one way or another. Probably don't. I should think about it right now. I have a storeroom for a pawn. I have an observatory for a knight. I have a chapel for a bishop. Conservatory for a rook. Didn't draw the study or her ladyship's chamber for the queen, or the office or the throne room for the king. I still assume that the color matters on the pieces, but thought I would check to see if I happen to have at least one of each. I could try to do a run where I force that to happen. I guess the process of going about and testing that is extremely time intensive, so I'm happy to just ask chat for the answer on this. Does piece color matter for that puzzle outside? I may have already asked that and didn't write it down. It doesn't? Okay. So basically you get 3 chances, 3 different rooms for each piece. In some cases. Right. Where did he put it? This is the one thing that seemed like it was new information. Hidden within the lens compartment of the telescope. This is the reason I need to rotate the rest of it. Oh, okay. I think I get it. Slew it so that I can get to the front of it. I was wondering why it still let me rotate it. Plus gold pieces, right? Because I feel like you could stumble on this by just being more suspicious of this room. Oh, yeah. And what looks like an obvious opening there. That's cute. Planetarium. If you call it a day in the planetarium, you gain 2 stars. That would have been really nice to have a long time ago. Extra stars are kind of pointless now, but I guess it's consistently making the observatory higher value, I suppose. Wait, really? I thought I had at least a couple examples of there being a white, a gold, and a black piece. Hey, thanks, Dio. Really, really good game, yeah. I hadn't come back to it in a while. You're super awesome. Thanks. Appreciate that. I need to decide if I want to buy stuff just to have a chance of it showing up tomorrow. I've got no other use for money right now. Master key's probably the most useful thing. Okay, I guess I could also theoretically carry the crown over. It's probably going to be something really shitty. I have one that's in the vault. Not allowed to eat that apple? Fuck. 8 realms in 8 months. Well, I know some of those. $100 isn't even really any money, which is kind of crazy. Looks like a conference room. A lot of these blueprints, you can see what look like specific rooms. Kitchen, I guess. Don't think I can do much with this. I know some of these countries, but I don't know enough information to solve it. I'll have to do more realm sigil stuff. See bust. See you, Dio. I don't want to spoil anything for you from this game. Well, it was probably worth grabbing the crown just in case I happen to start with it tomorrow. So let's go try to end the day in the fucking break room, which is all the way on the other side of reality. I think something I would really like to see is a late game upgrade that's something like 10% of your resources carry over every day, just like from now on. Because it wouldn't be crazy strong most of the time, like 13 steps, okay, that's all right, you know. 3 coins, but it would make it feel a little bit less bad when you get one of these runs where you have like 150 fucking steps and a gigantic excess of keys and gems. And if you got it super early, it would mostly be useless, right? Because early in the game, you know, you're lucky to end a day with 10 of anything. Just be nice to have a very minor consolation prize. Okay. All today. Fortunately, now I have 2 competing things to call it a day. Stars seem not super useful. All right, so King and Queen, Her Ladyship's chamber, study, office, and throne room. So I can try to make those 2 happen at least. I like it to just be a passive. Mid to late game. Early lockpick is really nice. I think anything you find in this game that gives you some kind of permanent upgrade is amazing. And I get that they can't have too many of those because then the game becomes trivialized, but I think you can do stuff that has kind of a niche application. There we go. Okay. Try to make this happen. All right. Well, I gotta do this. Hopefully we'll have it next time. I'm gonna have to also do volume 5 Is there any useful information in the fine print on Drafting Strategy Volume 5? No. Okay. It seemed like it mentioned a country name, but I already had that, so not super huge. I could try to make Chamber of Mirrors happen. It's early enough. I guess it's, well, try it. It being early is not necessarily a good thing, I guess. I don't have as many tools. Well, it already is not happening. That's fine. Okay, we've already done this room. And I'll just eat it. Wait, did I just fuck myself? No, I have an exit in the hallway. Okay. So we already know that. We already know that. Although the digits on the outside are maybe suspicious. The same pattern every time. 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I feel like there's some significance to that. Classroom. Okay. Grade 2, I think that's the same. 8 still on its side. Okay, so I've seen this in the locker room. I guess I can solve it really fast. So it's 7, 11, sorry, 13, 4, 1, 4, 12, 10, 4, 2, 21, 18, 15. Castle, the ASTLE, maybe. I'm trying to think of other places I've seen a set of 6 blanks like that, you know. Nine out of 12, B minus. Bottom right's wrong. Yeah. 7, 13, 4, 1, 4. That should be 12. That's one of the two that's wrong. 10, 4, 2. Should be 21. 18. Okay. So yeah. Got it right. Look at the colors. This is for someone who's like really, really stuck in the billiard room, I guess. And these colors all are associated with nations as well. I don't know if these names are going to matter. Penelope. I guess I can write them down. Hold on. Second grade class papers. I want to unnecessarily screenshot this stuff since I don't think it provides me with really new information. Penelope. Omric. Jenny W. Rob. Maybe a bad idea. I guess I've got redraws. Oh no, it's only from this room that I can redraw, right? Let me make sure I'm not locking myself to one exit here. Gonna have to get more gems soon. Let me expand the number of rows. Different grades here. Okay, I already know that. This is another clue that I already had. Same digits, same alphabet. This would be great to get the Apple thing with Classroom, huh? Steam. Nice clues for other puzzles. H2O in a gaseous state is called gas. 2 out of 3. Cassandra. 3rd grade. Cassandra. L. Quinn S. Disrespectful. See me after class. Mrs. Peterson. Teardrop. Ice water. Jacob. Okay. Need to not die now so I can do more of those. This is 2 exits. I think I'd rather have 2 exits here. Need gems now really badly. Apples are extra delicious. Not terribly late for that, but a little late for that. Oh, it gave me the crown. I guess I didn't check. Crown, key card, sledgehammer. Okay. Kind of need to save my gems, but gives me a reroll. Another observatory. Each time you've drafted, so it could happen twice in one day. Okay. I want to try to get into the Hall of Mirrors, though. Den's unfortunately not facing the right way, but that's okay. Probably still interesting things to do in this room. Never get to that one. It's a finger pointing up. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, that's interesting. Can't press the button from here. Be kind of cool if you could get away with that. Hello. So is this just a thing that the mirror room has a chance to give you a duplicate of anything so that it's more likely to roll in your deck? I don't think I actually want the wine cellar. It's cute, though. Makes sense. Don't think I need another one of those either. Although it's not terrible. I don't want the entire west wing to be taken up by hallways. Okay. I just happen to have not made that room work before. Okay. Oh, which is also a reroll. Okay. Just review the crown really quick. Yeah. Fortunately, it gave me two kind of shit rooms, so I wasn't super pumped about it. Just take this, I guess. I think a combo strength and weakness of this game is that there's a lot of really cool ideas, like the mirror room, that I'm guessing many play. I played this game for 36 hours without ever getting to get to the second floor of it. So it's like you can imagine, oh, wouldn't it be cool to have a room that doubles a room in your drafting pool, so you can kind of modify your draft deck. But you risk that like a player never ever sees it, which maybe that's part of what's fun, because then it makes everyone's run very unique. Oh, so if I draw this again, I get to proc everything from scratch again. I don't think I realized that that was how that was going to work. That seems pretty good, actually. I think I misread the crown. I thought it meant I got to remove a red room one time, not every time I draft I can remove one. That's pretty different from what I thought it was. How does it word it exactly? The first time you draw a red room while drafting, you may remove it from today's draft pool. I'll come back here at the end of the day. Oh, I forgot to hit the Y button. Fuck. I do that so often. I gotta get all these. This is my chance, right? Hello. This is actually super helpful. Okay. It's all stuff I already knew. Sphere. Oh, that's interesting with the symbols in the top left corner there. Seeker of signs. Raja, South is directions, Arch Aries. Disclips, inclips. And that's going to come up at some point. You can technically see all of these in the main image. I just want to make sure that I can clearly see everything here. Yeah, there's more information in the northwest corner too. That's rolled up at the top. I wish I could get this in higher resolution than it is. Hold on, I'm just trying to make sure I don't miss any information here because this could be really fucking important. It's like pictures of the people doing different things, which might help me. Spiral of stars. South key, and there's the infinity symbol. Set of like 5 check marks there. Just one of our country symbols. All right, well, I hope this isn't a political statement. All right, let me look through these really quick. So there's some of these I already know. Realm and Rune History of Arindia. Yeah, okay. So we know that the one on this page that's marked as a diamond should actually be a Raja. That's the hourglass. The one that's directly north of it should be the rupee symbol. So those are the two errors on this page, and everything else is correct. Okay. So we know, yeah, the mountain symbol's right, so that tracks. So we know that what those other three countries are. Okay, let me separately screenshot those for my notes. Country locations. Trisha has a B minus, 5 out of 7. She's wrong about the easternmost and southeasternmost countries, which are correct in the library book History of Arindia. The other 5 nations are correctly labeled. So you should know 6 out of 8 answers. And probably can infer the other 2. Now let me look at the one that's a political statement. Okay, the far right side is completely correct. Wait a minute, something's not right here. So this is like they're trying to trick me with the History of Arindia thing. Hold on. Like in a specific era, the 3rd era. Current era. Though the distance between our peoples has grown. Interesting. So, did the kid who's making a political statement say that a Raja should be in the bottom right? Okay. So let me read. I'm reading my screenshots of History of Arindia because I didn't really internalize most of the stuff about a Raja specifically. Promise will not be kept. Listen to the voices of all his subjects. King of the people. Ben Aries. Era of Ruin. Nearby realms of Archeries and Nuance. No, it's going to matter eventually. Royal family got exiled. I feel like the book is even the uncensored book is still deliberately being a little coy about what exactly happened. So if that's the third era, saying that that's nuance. Further nuance. I gotta compare this to the 5 out of 7, so let me look at it on 2 screens at the same time. So the political statement, she doesn't give a rating for, but the check mark's in the same, the arch is in the same, the diamond, hourglass, and I guess I don't know what I would call that, the nub, are shuffled. There's a pentagon where the rupee symbol should be, and then Archaries is in the same spot with the mountain. What have I learned about the pentagon? That's Fenari's red. Yeah, okay. So the rupee symbol's essentially been eliminated, right? The Rinda Aries was black. And that's consistent with the story. So no one else drew the rupee symbol, right? Okay, Pentagon. I think they would all get the one that they're most familiar with, right? So in that case, the thing that Patricia is wrong about is that she simply swapped the Raja and the diamond. So nuance is the diamond. Everything else is consistent with everyone else's answers. Okay. So this is important new information. We know that the diamond is green. Okay. And then we also know its location. We have symbols for the other nations, but not necessarily the associated country names. Now, why would we put the check mark as elevated? Third era. Maybe it's geographical placement, because I think that tracks. That Araja is in the southeast. What was previously Arinda Aries is in the northeast. The peaks are to the north. Nuance is to the south. And then we've got southwest and northwest are the nub and the arch. Is there a missing symbol and all that? Checks in the center. I think we already know that the check mark is called Costa Rica. We're saying that that's the center of the world, basically. Let me find where I wrote that down. I wrote it somewhere. Yeah, orange, Costa Rica, check. Okay, so I think what we can take from this, Costa Rica is center. Arinda Aries, no. It's northeast. Arch Aries, mountain, is north. Raja, hourglass, is southeast. Nuance, diamond, south. Nub, question mark, southwest. Arch, question mark, is northwest. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the 8th is that we have 2 different symbols because of black and red. Right. Okay. So we've got the name Vera, which I wrote down somewhere. Turtles of Vera. So we know that Vera has turtles. Is this like upside down? Et sphere versus or sphere. Like hemispheres, right? So if we flip this upside down, oh, we can see the top view of the world there. There's a little thing there that mentions room 46, or at least the number 46. Oh, this seems important. Huh. Take a separate screenshot of that. This is like one of the most important rooms in the game. I didn't even realize there were multiple classrooms. I guess I needed the hint to tell me that. Tour. Degrees, 90 degrees. Person at the top with a blindfold who's holding a vulture and a bat with chains. Okay. On the east side, we have what looks like the calendar that we saw earlier with the gates and the trees. Still don't know the meaning of the multiple instances of the check mark. I think I do have to flip this upside down. Does that track if Vera is northwest? That puts, I guess that could be Morajai was the nub, southwest. Turtles. So I have northwest and turtles in the symbol. Okay. Sage, Insay. Okay, so we get et or in and is. And we see or say, edge say. That stands for C would be my guess. In say. Say edge. I mean, I wish I could like zoom in on this specific image here. I can't really. Isles of Orsay. I assume those mean like East Sea, South Sea, North Sea, right? Ajse, Seja. Say probably means sea. That's interesting. There's the infinity symbol on like the equivalent of Antarctica there. It's kind of hard for me to make out. Okay, I think it's time for me to move on. I have the screenshots. I think I have enough information to maybe do one new thing down in the sanctum, maybe. 8 on its side, 9, 10. Do another classroom. Doesn't put me at risk of being dead. 5th grade. Art class. Okay, they really want to make sure you get this puzzle. I feel like the game gives you like the study just straight up tells you how it works, right? Spelling incorrect. That's not an openable diary, right? Robot and root. I think this room is pretty useless. I guess I should write down all the names just in case that comes up. Josh. Laura A. Gregory. All right, so we could pull the vault here and then hopefully get a key later. I guess that leaves me with one room, but I have a die, so. Really hope I can get 8 classrooms on this run. Seems like trying to make that happen again is gonna suck. $200, $300, 2 free spins. Bunch of shit that sucks. Guess I'll still have 29 gold. I thought it was going into 200. Sucks. For sure, like it was about to. Um... 3 gems is a lot. I do have 3 dice. Don't want to get myself in a position where I'm stuck. It's a lot of gems. Had so many dig spots and no shovel this run. A little late to be running experiments, but add your allowance. God, I wish if I could get draft a hallway from another hallway, add a gold to your allowance when I had hallway up and running. It's probably more likely to proc. I've got 10 gems right now. Don't redraw that I'm trapping myself to one room. Is it worth the risk? Let's find out. Cloister again? What's causing me to get so many copies of rooms today? Do I have some, like, effect without realizing it? It's likely to have replacement gems in it, and it'll proc my thing, so... Oh, right. Yeah, that makes sense. Just trying to get my allowance up here. And since I naturally rolled a laboratory, I could try to unlock all doors if I can proc that one more time. Successful triggers 2. This is the room that most respects my time. Love to do that again, right? Running out of room to get my classrooms that I desperately need, but I'm also out of rerolls. I don't understand what governs my ability to rotate, because like I'm rotating here and nothing's happening. Is it just because of the way the rotunda works? I guess the parlor lets me continue up this side. Okay. Black box is not empty. The statement on the black box is true. Box with a false statement contains the gems. Okay. So suppose this is true and this is true. Then this one is false. Which means the black box is empty. Which means that has the gems, but let's just make sure. The statement on the black box is true is false. And this is false. Box with a true statement contains the gems. That disagrees, because this would be true, but then there would be gems in 2 different places. So true, true, false, it's blue. Yeah, I know, I didn't understand why the morning room wasn't working. Okay. don't. I do have a key card. Need to pull the classroom. Eight coins, 3 trunks. 2 of them are in the entrance hall. Grade 6. History is penned by the victors. Next slide. Okay, I'll mess with that in a second. Hold on. First crown ruler of Fenaries. City is named after a historical figure. Which realm did not ally with Fenaries? What flag was forbidden to be flown at full staff after the war? Flag of surrender, house banner of House Learson, black flag. 4 out of 6, 67%. This teacher needs, Miss Peterson and must start marking the ones that are wrong. I know that's part of the puzzle. All right, let me screenshot all these. But like, you're gonna have a hard time keeping track of your grading if you don't mark off the ones that are wrong. There are no A students in this school? I get it, it's for the puzzle, it's fine. Still, it's kind of funny. Wonder why 4 out of 6, only one of them, there's 2 of them that are 4 out of 6, but one that says 67% and another one that doesn't. Maybe that's just a mistake. All right, so everybody selects the black flag as the flag that was forbidden to be flown at full staff after the war. Raja, Archeries. So 5 is different on 2 of them. How long did the war last? 12 years, 22 years, the entire era, 22 years. Let's see if there's anything else where they're all in agreement. How many sons did the 4th king of Arindia have? 60 and 6. 2, 2, 2. Okay. Which city in Fenaries is named after a historical figure? Reddington, Oris, Reddington, Oris. First crown rulers of Fenaries. Okay, let's check that one. Fourth era came to an end. Self-proclaimed Prince Learson of Fen declared himself the true monarch. Lasted 22 long years. Okay. So that we can use that to get some of this right. So 2 people selected 22 years. Cole Forja and Noah W. So they're correct with that answer. People who selected General Teskin. Even in death, he had won. Oris had fallen with the realm. The black flags that had flown for 5 years were burned. In their place, red banners were hoisted in honor of the fallen Fen. First crowned ruler. So, declared himself the true monarch of Fen. Yeah, it's the same puzzle in every room. I think there'd be at least one where someone just got 100% to just let you out of it right away, but I'd see why they did it. Okay, so let's write down the correct answers. $22 did not ally. Black flag. So, how many sons did the fourth king have? That's Prince Learson, but former royal family. I guess we probably learned more about Learson somewhere else. The Irindian history book is like written to be as confusing as possible on some of these topics, which they did it on purpose. I get it, but it's kind of funny. All right. So the answers that I'm unclear on are number 3 and number 5. Who didn't ally with Fen Ares during the war? You think it would be Arch Ares? It would have to be Nuance, right? Hold on. Together they leveraged their political influence and favors to persuade the nearby realms of Arch Ares and Nuance to join their cause. He allied with Learson, so Araj is the correct answer. So then how many sons does Learson have? 2, 5, 8, 60, and 6. Okay, this guy got... He didn't have 60 and 6, right? That's nuts. Oh, is it saying Prince Learson? Because Prince Learson is Desolates the fourth, right? Like from History of Arindia. Let me read that more carefully. 1 second. Yeah, it's not clear from the redacted version. On the very next day, the self-proclaimed Prince Learson of Fen declared himself the true monarch. This declaration was bolstered by a surprising number of supporters due to the fact that Desolates the Fourth shared his father's good. Oh wait, no. No, he's the second son, isn't he? Let me read back one stage about Desolates the Third. Wow, yeah, it manages to say that Learson is the second son without explicitly saying that. Like you have to infer it from context here. Okay. So because you might read it as saying that because the fourth I think was this was all redacted in the redacted copy. Well, let's look at everyone's notes here. This one's also 4 out of 6. The entire era seems like a... So we know that one's wrong. I guess Desolate's the third isn't necessarily the third king, right? Because it doesn't say how many sons did Desolate's the fourth have. It says how many sons did the fourth king of Arindia have? I'm just reading through this whole book. The fourth king of Arindia, who split this vast domain in 3 equal shares. 3 realms for his 3 children. Okay, I had to go further earlier into the book. The eldest accepted the gift. We're also saying the eldest without saying the name. Bestowed upon him the realm of Arch-Aries, land of northern storms. His middle child, his only daughter. Okay, so it's 2 sons. So 100% positive. Let me mark the ones that I'm positive about here. So what are we wrong about? Reddington's not named after a historical figure. That's one that's wrong. Everyone has things that seem to be wrong in multiple places. Hold on. Sorry, I want to make sure I get this right because I think this is ultimately going to be important when I tie it in with other stuff later on. Okay, 50%. The stuff he's right about, he's wrong about the War of the Fifth Era. He's right about the number of sons. Also in the beginning of the First Era, Jira, by the ascension of the first king of India, whose name Horus, who later graced the burgeoning township in which he was crowned. Okay, so Horus is right. So Horus, 2 sons, Black Flag, and the other 3 are wrong. So Arch-Aries did ally, we knew that. Prince Learson, we're saying, is incorrect for the first crown ruler of Fen-Aries. So is it General Teskin? Because that's interesting, because the book talks about the general, doesn't name him. Reddington's wrong. Arch-Aries is wrong. It must be. That's super fucking interesting. Okay. Let me just see if that's consistent with the other ones. Horus 2, the entire era is wrong. A Raja, Black Flag, Desolate's the fourth is wrong. So I think that's what we're learning from this. This, like, the most important piece of information is that General Teskin is the first crown ruler of Fen-Aries after the war, after Prince Learson dies. All right, Reddington's wrong. 60 and 6 is wrong. 22 are Raja, Black Flag is all right. Okay, so yeah, I think I got it. So it's General Teskin, Horus 2, 22 years, Raja, Black Flag. And the interesting revelation is that General Teskin is the first ruler of Fen-Aries. His name probably shows up in some of the stuff from like this. There's all this like political content in the red letters and like just writing this down. Hold on. The archives, all the stuff about Marion. All right, sorry, that took a while, but I got it now. Purple globes, we gotta advance the slides here. Black versus red, I think, is the only thing I meant to take from that. I'm gonna look through all of them and then I'll start screenshotting. start screenshotting now. I think it's going to be important. Okay, well, we already knew about the railroad, so that's duplicated information. Where's airship dirigible? Color of the airship is probably relevant. Let's finish taking screenshots of all of them. Still a lot of confusion about the color blue. Blueprints. It's the whole thing with Swimbird, which seems like an overtly political work. Yeah, so that airship has a flag on the top of it. I'm trying to zoom in and make it out. Can't tell if that's supposed to be blue or green. All right, well, I got all my screenshots. I guess we got another... Oh, that's the angel we already know. Okay. Moving on. Lead doors are always unlocked. 10 redraws. How many classrooms do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have to get 2 more. I guess maybe that's kind of what you use the redraws for. I already pulled vault on this run, didn't I? Yeah. I like clock tower, but I don't have that many tomorrow rooms this run. Spent a bunch of my money, sadly. Guess I could probably grab the moon pendant again. The redraws this gives you are only applicable inside the classroom, right? I guess those exist to make you more likely to be able to pull all of the classrooms in that run. I seem to not be able to roll the other classrooms. I'll just do this, I guess. Okay, I should be able to unlock all doors now if I go back to security. I keep forgetting to count when I get in here. Don't think I'm missing one. Do you like that? Basically, that means the shelter is a reason to not only ever use your network thing to go to the laboratory, and a reason to natively draw the laboratory still. This is gonna be my only chance to get it. Fuck, it must be 4. That sucks. I don't know if I'm allowed to connect to it again after that. I have 7 keys, so I might just be fine, but still. I gotta do the planetarium at some point, but classrooms are more important right now. Don't square till you're there. I'll have no idea. Order of operations. Now, this seems like they're fucking with me. The math rooms, I feel like they exist so that they have a way to fill some rooms to get you to the higher grades. It's round up, I guess. Branson. Goddamn Branson. Hold on, I'm gonna make a room to place this screenshot. All right, we'll see if the rounding up slash, I guess squaring already does matter, but don't have any rerolls, so this might actually be, I might get fucked here. Just need one more classroom and then I don't have to worry about it anymore because I've got my screenshots. Date. Well, rotation saves my life for a moment. They don't get fucked here. Very well could. Another rotunda. If I could unlock all the doors. So like once I activate going to another terminal, I get one chance to check the terminal. I don't have that terminal unlocked for the rest of the run, right? So the fact that I didn't have enough means that I can't unlock every door for free. Sadly. It is. Okay. Try it real quick. Getting the big allowance raises is really nice. +4 so far. It's weird, the text doesn't make that very clear. I guess it should like highlight that this is the offline terminal. Yeah, it warns you with the exact same warning when you pull it up. Makes sense with retrospect, but... Okay. So I could take the planetarium here. Oh no, it's a dead end. I didn't realize that. So we gotta take the passageway then. Best chance to get another classroom, I suppose. I shouldn't redraw until I have to, I guess. Great. It costs 1 gem for a classroom, and I'm worried I'm screwing myself on gems here. Probably, I have a 97 steps, so I can probably search the premises pretty thoroughly to look for stuff I may have missed. God, I had a gem in there. Well, going trunks always suck. I guess I don't have anything else to use 95 steps on. I was hoping the commissary would sell more useful stuff. Can't get gems from digging, right? I never rolled the workshop. Apparently missed a trunk somewhere too. All right. Classrooms added to your draft pool on a completely, like... Do they all have the exact same rarity regardless of rank? I guess you're more likely to get rarer stuff on higher ranks, so more stuff is competing with the classroom. I'm just wondering if it's easier to roll them all at the bottom. Got no gems from all that, which kind of sucks. think I redraw here. Could get out of the Great Hall, but I have 3 redraws. Half your steps. Free redraw. I don't think I've actually ever gone in here. Maybe worth going in there just to see if there's like some kind of lore object. Okay, there is one. So this is like one of the special extra rooms, right? It doesn't fall as part of one of those standard ones. I had to add it from like the drafting studio. More dates. These are from Mary. Kind of our most interesting character. All right, let's see. Dear mother, dearest mother. Thanks again for the card. Say lower the SD. Right, really got a fish here. I guess I can safely do this, because that'll for sure get me another room. I'm only going to get 2 more chances to get the final classroom. Box next to this box is false. A box next to this box is true. The box next to this box contains gems. Okay. So if this is true, then this is false, which means that both of these boxes are false, which means all 3 of them are false, which is not possible. So this is false. Box next to this box is true. It means that this one's true. So this one contains the gems. Okay. How many of these puzzles do they do? Do they ever start to repeat? Imagine they have to eventually. Okay. Like, I really want to get allowance, but I really want to get my stupid classroom. I guess I should just redraw it now, because the last 2 rooms I'm going to draw, it doesn't matter what exits they have. I guess I could have taken the attic and hoped there were... Oh, vault key. That's really good. I could have taken the attic and hoped that there were dice in there, but I think the vault key is more valuable. I don't think I'm going to get the 8th classroom here. Sadly, I'm going to have to do this again. How many of those rooms do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, including this one. Keys are really what get me in trouble a lot of the time. Yeah. I think this game should cheat a little bit more. I guess it would be hard to do, but there are certain things that the game is able to programmatically know that the player is going for, or that would be beneficial to the player to get. So, like, if you have 7 classrooms, I feel like the game has this very high standard of, no, the rules are the rules. I think it should secretly make it way more likely for an 8th classroom to roll, you know? Okay, we'll remove, we get one more chance. Come on, game. I got fucked. I'm gonna do it all again, and 7 of them are gonna be irrelevant to me. It sucks. This is better permanent progress, I think, than the mailroom. Well, I don't want it to be rare. Actually, let's just make it common, because I'll probably take 40 coins every run. I guess it costs 3 gems. But so long as I'm trying to do this stupid room, I guess I can always come back here if room I'm currently going for, and go see if I open something in the vault and it's the sanctum key or not. It's not the sanctum key. If it is the sanctum key, I'll make it less common again. I got super turned around. Fuck. Make sure I don't screw this up, because I do have 85 steps, but I have to get the sanctum key downstairs, so. How the fuck did I get to the classroom? It's a really long walk, isn't it? Cloister, breakfast nook, aquarium, drawing room, courtyard, observatory, casino, classroom, vault. Okay. Making sure. What key was it? 304. All right, well, it's not the one I'm looking for. Hold on. default. I will keep it as common. It's interesting. So I guess some of these names are going to show up in multiple places. I guess that's the ribbon cutting ceremony, the old classroom guy. Maybe she named himself after him in this false identity. Right, anyway. Can you get multiple vault keys in a single run? I don't think I have anywhere to retire because I never rolled the billiard hall. I guess I could get money from the conference room, but I'm not going to use it on anything, so. Just call it a day.
Ding, 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 ding.
Oh, fuck. God damn it. I guess the thing's going to stay open, right? It's fine. I made it common, so I'll get it right away. I don't want any of these. I don't think it would be unreasonable to make the root cellar spawn with a shovel. I think that would be fine. Don't think it would be overpowered. Okay. The den's kind of underpowered now. The flower one's actually really good. Now that I can get it somewhat regularly, it feels like. Can go there anyway. This box and the blue box are both false. Okay, well that can't be true. So the blue box must be true. Well, no, because if this is this box and the blue box are both false, it could just mean that this is false. This statement is of no help at all. Okay. I've run into this one before, and I don't think they should include that. I think that's fucked up. So if this box and the blue box are both false, can't be true, because if it were true, then it would invalidate itself, so it must be false. So this box and the blue box are both false becomes one of the boxes can still be true, right? This is the part where I struggle sometimes to know if they're saying it's a complete inversion, that it's then saying, I guess the box, this box and the blue box are both false. This one's super easy. I'm just trying to talk through it. Sorry. I think I know what the answer is, but just give me a sec. So this is false. So that means that this box and the blue box are both false is not true, which means that one of the two boxes must be true, and it's not this one because that would invalidate itself. Therefore, the blue box is true. Therefore, the gems are in the black box. I guess I keep thinking they're doing a total inversion when they have both statements, but they're not because the both statements are always self-referential, which leads to an extra contradiction, which clarifies any ambiguity, breaks the degeneracy, so to speak. But I only know that now, having seen enough boxes to understand that that's the pattern. Okay. Let's get an experiment up and running. Fortunately, the 2 times I've got all doors unlocked, I had 1,000,000 keys. And it's 4 experiment procs, which is crazy. I guess all doors unlocked is very strong. They value it at 80 coins for the master key. This is one of the easiest ones to make happen. 2 or more gems, drafting a room. Kind of boring, but wait to spread stuff until I get a chance to get a conference room, I guess. The library, but I guess I shouldn't draft the library until I have a magnifying glass. Otherwise, I risk having to draft it 2 more times to get what I'm going for here. I'm not going to get a shovel. Guess I could game over here since I've trapped myself. Yeah, I am game over. Wow. It's unfortunate. Happened twice today. Alright, well, I've got nothing to do this run, so just end my life. Okay, let's try this again. Feels awful to do a whole day when I was 1 room away. I think I just take it. I haven't tried to do this one yet. This safe. Assume so far every safe there's been some kind of clue in the room as to what I'm concerned about. By Thursday. Really have small gates on anything. Yeah, that's the same. It's always the same blueprint. Well, no, that one's different. That looks like the den, maybe. Yeah, I don't know if I have any more information here. Actually going to leave the apples just in case there's a couple of things that are powered up with apples, so. Might be getting myself in trouble here. I mean, I got 58 coins, like the salt shaker, for instance. Don't want to risk the library until I have the magnifying glass. Wait, I don't know if I have a book on order. I think last time I went to the library, I read Drafting Studio 5, so I have to actually take it again in order to order a new clue. Fuck. Gems are not in this box. The blue box is true. Gems are in this box. Okay. So if this is true, and that's true, I did. Gems are not in this box. The blue box is true. Both of those are true. And this is false, which means the gems are not in the black box. And they're not in the blue box, so therefore they must be in the white box. But is the inversion, this is false. The gems are in this box is false. It's false, this is true. Oh, is it resolved this? No, hold on. If the blue box is true, is false. This is a false box. This box is false, which puts the gems in the blue box. This one's true. The gems, that's the contradiction. So it's white. Let's make 100% sure. Gems aren't in this box is true. Blue box is true is true. This box is false. Not in this box, not in this box. It must be in this one. Whoa. The logical trophy? Win 40 parlor games. Okay, that's cute. I was confused when the thing popped up. I was like, what the fuck? Wait till I get an experiment eating any of the apples. Okay. So I want to try to get on an experiment first. Keys are about to be a problem. Oh, weird. I used the die by accident. Fuck. I misunderstood. I thought I was down to select the pencils. Whatever. Try to get an experiment, I guess. Come on, apples. Shit. Eat the apples on the way out. You have a shovel. Hall pass. That's interesting. Never gotten that before. Can that only spawn in the classroom? It's not necessarily death if I take that, but... I want the foundation this early, but I'm glad to know I can roll it again. I didn't know the boiler room could generate without any dig spots. Fuck you, game. Okay, so I'll have to do that entire southwest corner from the entrance hall and hopefully not fuck it up. Gonna get more gems too. I probably need to head back out to track them down. I need a key. Okay, now I gotta be careful because I have to make sure I have gems to do stuff. For me, I bought everything. Alright, don't give me something mean, game. Be nice to me. It's relatively nice. It's just delaying the inevitable. Fortunately, the exact thing I was worried about is happening with the vault here, but I need to make sure I can always roll it, since it's like one of the most important things for me to do right now. Okay, that's pretty good. Give me trash, please. Thank you. Give me trash, please. No. All right, I think we take the planetarium here just to get a new room. Right, so the planetarium is also, I don't think it counts as a room directory room, question mark? Bound floor plans. Planetarium. Oh shit, you get something for 50? Okay, got 42. Guess I should be focusing that more. You've seen this from the classroom. If I secret passage, I don't have a lot of gems. Can we do the treasure map this time? They're trying to do that for fucking ever. E3. No, E4 is blocked. Yeah, chapel's probably fine. Guess we can just have this up. In case I get the pieces for it later like I had last time. Dowsing rod kind of sucks. Okay, well, this isn't going anywhere anyways, so I may as well do the attic. Burning all my gems, but it might have gems in it. There's the magnifying glass, so if we're right about me placing the order for a new clue before... There's a gem. I'm worried that I didn't. I don't think I did enough runs, because I guess I could look at the VOD. I'd have to scrub through it to find out. I suppose it doesn't matter. Like, if the book is there, then I have the magnifying glass and I can check it. And if the book isn't there, I have to order it anyway. So either way, I have to roll the library now. can use the magnifying glass here. I don't want to take screenshots of all of this. I bet it matters, though, because there's a lot of really small text here. Probably just put a timestamp. Yeah, like, that seems important. All right, hold on. Let me write in my notes. To see magnifying glass of geography class, 37, 51, 37 on live split timer. Try to cover the whole thing if I can. Who's the imperialist? That same flower sigil all around this thing. Positioning of the lady with balloons is significant in some way. All right, I guess the two angels at the bottom are maybe significant. All right, well, we know who that is. Middle daughter, eldest, youngest. Voted circle, the voted moon, the rogue moon. Here, this is helpful. Are those not visible? They're kind of visible, but I certainly didn't notice them last time. Okay. In the island. Are they up here too, or just on that one? Just on the bottom one? Like, march from the peak. Seems like it follows this line. Does it extend out somewhere else? Vanishes into the globe. And that becomes important later. Okay, I think I scanned basically everything. Making sure nothing else here stands out to me as worthy of zooming. Guess these symbols above their heads might matter. Oh, right. I have a sense of impending doom. I think this run is fucked, but I guess we'll see what happens. Don't select the dice. That's what fucked me. Okay. I gotta take the library. Okay. I guess I did have it. Thank you. All right. A new clue for real this time. Nothing on that page. I guess if I go to highlight something and it looks like missed it, feel free to tell me. Yeah, I do recognize. Maybe I don't recognize any of those names, but I'll write them down. New clue. The arrows on almost every page has an arrow, it seems like. Yeah. Route 8. You know the significance of 8. Depart, keep left, to Tanner Fork, and so on. Another arrow there. We figured out what these all stand for. That's supposed to be the clue. I don't think I would have made sense of that. Assume page count starts on title pages. Oh boy, here we go. Okay. Explain why some of the books are so strangely written, right? The book appear in itself? It appears to. Something about the word library, right? I guess you could tell because tome after tome, the library loaned. So it highlighted libraries and the way and underlined covers. Red is page A, word X. Green is page C, word A. Violet is page B, word Y. Blue is page Z, word X. So it's X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Assume page count starts on title pages. So we're saying it starts here. This is page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Page B, word Y. Okay. So the way ends up being X. Just underlining covers did tell me to look for the spine of the book. So B is, let me write this down as a new issue, my issue tracker. New clue, book shenanigans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So B equals page 10. Then word Y. The word that it was the way, although it's confusing to have it be the way is, it must be library. Maybe it's like three things here. Like cover is underlined, the way is in a square. What do you think the way is just saying X, Y, Z, A, B, C? So library must be our keyword, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Word number 7. Now, this doesn't say like greater than or less than, right? X, Y, Z, A, B, C. B is 10. Y is 7. Is it 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? Could be. That fits if it's true. All right, let me start working through this. So our book spines are, you wrote this down before. The tender cipher is the red prints. Let me move these down. Draft the sixes is the fixed stars, which is blue. The new clue is purple, and runes and realms is green. So doing this on another monitor here. I guess I should bring it up on this monitor. 1 second. Let me get my browser up. I'll be back in a minute. All right, we're here. So let's do red prints first, I guess. Oh, it must be in the nursery. And not every book. Here we go. All right, so we assume that that's page 1. So it said that the red book would be page A, which is, if my theory is correct, hold on, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Page A would be page 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Fuck, but 9 is doesn't have any words on it. Let me reconsider what I'm doing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it is, yeah. Let's go back to the game really quick. So I guess I can't be sure that it's X, Y, Z, A, B, C. That the arrows make me think it's like each one is larger than the next one. So C is the largest and X is the smallest, but that might not be true. Violet was page B, word Y. So B was 10. Y was 7. Let's just count those again just to be sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Library 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it would be X 7 Z A 10 C. So I like the idea that it was 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, but I don't think that's correct. I could do one other than this for now, I guess. Because X shows up twice. One that I know B. I know Y, but we don't have B or Y. It doesn't show up in either of those, which is unfortunate. So I can't reuse those, annoyingly. Let me see if there's anything else in this area to screenshot. Dead end major key. Seen all the signs. XYZ ABC. Is he even listed here? Yeah. Why would that help? Oh, that's right, right? Assume page count starts on the title page. This is stupid, but can chat just answer this? This is the title page, right? Not the cover of the book, because a lot of these books don't let me see the cover. What they're saying is don't count the page where it shows the borrowers. Okay. I feel like I'm on the right track. Do I need to get information from somewhere else to put this together? It's like I have screenshots of every book. I know that it's Violet is page 10, word 7, because that's what's self-referenced on this page. I have all the information. Let's see if there's more here. Uh-oh, what are we uh-ing? To bring up major and minor a lot in here. Notice the White King is mentioned here. I didn't notice that before. Hold on. White King is in the office. See all the signs. Stop sign there. Fifth. Oh, maybe that's my clue to the fucking gallery. Try to roll it again in the future. So I guess just for my sanity, page 10, word 7 is correct for Violet, right? Because the rest of my logic hinges on that. Making sure that I'm reading this correctly. Wait, why not? I mean, I guess don't answer that, but... Thank you. Is this not the violet-covered book? Okay. The page that's highlighted here is the one where the word library is circled. So I assume this is the only way I'm able to start. What is the flaw in that logic? Maybe talk about it and hide? This is the only book where I mean, I know the colors for the other ones because I've done the anagrams here. But this one tells you the color right away. Okay. I can't like conceive of what else it could be. Like that's like shocking to hear that's not correct. I don't know how the hell else they're supposed to be trying to draw your attention to what to do here if not that. Cuz like there's a word that's circled and the other two words that are mentioned, the book is referencing itself, so to start here makes sense to me. If that's not correct, I'm actually kind of mad at the game. Are they like trying to mislead me here? I guess I have everything in my screenshots and I can move on with the run while you guys discuss, but I'm kind of annoyed and unhappy with the game right now. Guessing this is a much more intense layer than either the realm sigils or the country visit puzzle or the safes, but it's very stupid. Oh, I have no gems, but I don't really have any way to get gems, so... Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Not doing classroom today. I can get some more allowance. My god, this is like the least dig sites I think I've ever seen in the house. I haven't pulled security yet, but I'm dead now because I don't have a security key, so it doesn't really matter what I do here. Guess I could redraw. Just to not be dead. I don't have any gems. Okay. It's fucking annoying, but... I don't really want any of these. Because I can try to use this to unlock rooms. Probably won't be happening because I've kind of screwed up my hallway setup, but that's okay. Y'all are taking a long time to respond, so I guess don't answer. Let me rephrase my question. Let me look at the screenshots. Hold on. Gotta just pretend like this puzzle doesn't exist because I think it's gonna piss me off. Okay, here. Is the choice of circled word and the choice of page relevant at all to the rest of the puzzle? Or is this just here to tell me that I'm going to have to circle a word on a page, so I'm going to have to count like words on a page? Like, does it matter that the 7th word on the highlighted page from the book it's self-referencing, does that have anything to do with the solution? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm very annoyed by this puzzle. I'm sure I'll get a chance to use that. Yep. Oh, spare room, okay. Make this room suck less. Oh. It doesn't suck much less. So I guess spare bedroom you take for the nursery, primarily. And the thing that gives you keys. I think I've got more green room shit going on. I mean, I could do hall, but every time I try to do hallway connected to a hallway, it never works. Whereas this gets me more dig sites, and I've got so much green room stuff, I think I'd take that. This has nothing to do with this. So the only reason that's circled, the only reason they did that is to demonstrate to the player that they might go to a specific page and look for a specific word. That's not part of the logic, even though on the bottom of the very same page, visible from where you see the word circled, it says Violet Book, page B, word Y. I hate that. I hate it, and I'm not going to touch that puzzle. I don't even want to think about it. Let's move on from it. I'm betting the puzzle is an extremely fucking annoying, it only makes sense once you already understand it kind of a thing. Or some kind of like multi-person ARG puzzle. Terrible. I guess I just take this. This game has a lot of really good puzzles, and I think for the most part, it feels like the developer has thought about how can this be misinterpreted and like made adjustments to ensure that the misinterpretation doesn't happen. But I think that my interpretation there was eminently reasonable, and I'm extremely annoyed. Oh, there's a key card I left behind somewhere. Where? I guess we should turn this on to max then. It's a good time to find out because there's very few rooms for me to check. Guess it could be in the dark room that I just rolled. Can I still pick up items in the dark room if I can't see? Worried that it's like sitting on a shelf somewhere in here. It has to be in the dark room. I've checked every other room that it could be in. Oh, right, I've got shelter. Okay. White box is true. The other two boxes are false. The other two boxes are empty. Okay, if that's... These disagree. The two boxes are false were true. And this is false, which means the white box is false, which contradicts. So if the other two boxes are false is false, this one's false, which means that this is the only one that could be true, which means that one must have the gems. Okay. Drawing room is free now. Need keys really badly right now. Don't think that kills me. Let me hold on to this until I get something that interacts with the green rooms I don't really have just yet. I do have 110 coins. Don't want to be drafting more bedrooms. Nice. Love to pull 3 keys. Not the right day for that. So I don't really need to use the green room for anything. I want to get up to 50. Oh, I forgot to rest in the planetarium. I wish if there was only one in your house, it just like automatically assume. I guess they want you to have the steps to get to it. I don't know. There's a lot of shit you can trivially forget in blueprints. And no kind of warning that you're doing it, and it's a like gigantic time loss if you do. It's trivially forget, but by that I mean you can make the mistake, and it's not like you like gained information by making the mistake, right? Big negative part of study is that it's a dead end. Doesn't really matter because pantry can go there anyway. Really, there's no dirt in this room? I was certain that was going to give me a dirt pile. Maybe there's a chance for it to roll a dirt pile and it just happened to not. Because I can force the experiment to proc here. Okay. Do that and then try to pull Great Hall, I guess. What you really want is to get a big row of tunnels here. Need gems again. Now I can do the Great Hall, and none of them are locked. So that gives me a die because of my experiment, and it has a lot of exits. Nothing to buy here, though. So the chapel's kind of a non-downside anymore, but also I have the shelter, but... $102 gems. I have no need for the utility closet. I think it's actually useless to me on this run. The dark room's already annulled. I guess I could turn off the lights in the gym. You redraw. Conservatory or something. I guess I don't really need to roll the library anymore. I can do this, but I have to remember to actually come back here. I'm lately very bad at doing. Okay. I want a showroom. I have 108 money. Oh, I didn't realize I wasn't guaranteed to roll the moon bracelet. Do have the ability to re-roll. I gotta really do in the casino here. Um, don't want the planetarium and the other thing. That procs my experiment. Can't do the treasure map this run. You like pull the code check early and then try to force the treasure map with dice or something. Let's see. A decent number of tomorrow rooms, and I can get out from the passageway in the pantry. I like starting with keys. I like starting with gems and keys. I think that the clock tower and the morning room are really good. Okay, can make a thing now. I guess this little section here is cut off, but that's okay. I'll get the pantry, can still get to it. Just want to see what's in that corner. Freezer. I guess we got to take this in case it's a vault key, as much as I'd like to carry over the money and gems. I guess this is nice because I don't have to spend my gems anyway, right? And I think since I'm on such a high rank, this probably isn't going to give me the vault key. The circled word being unrelated to the actual solution doesn't mean it contradicts the rules of the solution. What? This page is referring to a page in a new clue where a word has been circled. It says that the violet spined book, which is the book, the new clue, that I have to find a specific word on a specific page. That is the 10th page of the book and the 7th word on the page. So you're saying the miscommunication is that page 10, word 7 is correct, and that was what was wrong? Still don't know how to change the temperature in this room. Done 4 successful experiments, so if I can get to a computer, I can unlock all doors if I run out of keys. Okay. I want to try to keep going in this section if I can. That's unfortunate. Wouldn't be able to buy keys anyway. Can be, but isn't necessarily dirt in the tunnel. Okay. Oh, I'm dead. I thought I had a way into the unrank 1, but I guess not. Okay, before I end the day, let's go to the break room. Try to do classroom again if it gives it to me. Schoolhouse. I think an item can sometimes spawn in here, maybe. Well, I mean, I gathered that I need more. I didn't notice this before. Herbie. I gathered I need to get more from the book. I feel like I'm not articulating why I'm upset. Let me try to do so. The book on the page that I use the magnifying glass on is referring to itself, right? When it says, okay, so maybe there's an assumption that's wrong here. In the bottom left corner, when it says red, green, violet, blue, and it gives me a page and a word variable, those are referring to the book spines, right? So red is referring to red prints. Violet is referring to a new clue. We confirm that's not like pink or something. It's hard to not give away too much when confirming or denying stuff. Do we think that this is a straight up error on the part of the developers? Because I'm not just saying, oh, well, this is one way to do it, so why didn't they do it my way? Like, in my mind, there is no reason to refer to the book itself with a circled word without using that to tell you that page B corresponds to 10 and word Y corresponds to 7, right? Because they're circling it on the page in the book itself. You get what I'm saying? Like that is like if page B does not mean 10, then that's wrong. Regardless of what the solution is. I'm sure there's some solution somewhere between screenshots I've taken elsewhere. That shouldn't say page B then, if B does not equal 10. Or that should refer to some other book, right? Not in the self-same book that I'm looking at the moment. That's all I wanted. That's all that I wanted to discuss was like, is this a mistake? I guess what I would prefer is that there be some other piece of information either in the book itself or elsewhere in the game that gets you the rest of the information that you need, but that page B word Y was still 10-7 so that you could have a way, because like usually the way this game works is that each puzzle has like multiple breadcrumbs that lead you to the solution, and sometimes you don't know what the answer is, but you have one piece of information that can be confirmed by another piece of information, right? And in that case, it seems like it's like anti-confirming. I don't like it. It makes me mad. We have to do We have to do classrooms, so I need to have as many gems as I possibly can as soon as I can. And the monk ability is off, so I don't get rerolls anymore. Or not monk, the shrine ability. Hard to be sure. Maybe look at it next. So I think my plan is when I revisit this game, either when I'm sure it'll eventually be on somebody's sub block or back on the voting system or something. Off stream, I will review all of my notes, and I'm sure that in the process of reviewing all of my notes and listing this as like an urgent puzzle or a high priority puzzle, that I'll whatever is supposed to be relevant to me, I'll notice this time, right? That has happened for me before. I think we just redraw until we get the classroom over and over. It makes a weird path through the level, but well, here actually I want the commissary because I have so much money. Happy to buy out all these gems, so that I maybe should be trying to get the observatory before I do the commissary, since it tends to have the sailboat now. Didn't happen to get a shovel. Okay, imagine ballroom can be pretty powerful, but I feel like anytime I roll it, I have too many gems. I've got too many other things that make gems good. I think showroom doesn't need to be rare, especially if it's for a trophy that I eventually want. Actually, I start with so much money that rolling the showroom immediately is maybe actually a good thing right now. I can very easily spend all of my money. I'm happy to pull it. It is 2 gems. I think I would take it. I think I'm making too much stuff common, but I think I would take it. Great Hall, I feel like the stars don't align for me to make Great Hall work as often as I would like, so I'm going to make that rare. I don't like seeing it so much. Let's see. The Nook now. Oh, I gotta be careful. I didn't realize that I was almost dead in the bottom corner. Okay. Let's play it a little bit safer then. Hopefully I can dip around to the left side and not completely miss out on the west wing here. It's me and my classroom madness, I guess. Okay, I think this is actually a decent passageway pull. Shouldn't have eaten all the apples I already ate, but that's okay. Didn't get the discount, so buying stuff wasn't a mistake. Safely take the classroom. Vault could kill me, but I need it eventually. It's common though, so I feel like I should still see it. I don't have a shovel yet, right? Good. Take the dining room. Well, we could try to do the clock tower, but I think I need gems to make 100% positive that I can get all the classrooms necessary here. Great. I have the key, right? Yeah, key card. All right, state inventory, trunks. Ooh, we could do gain a star. I think I can do that a lot. Well, I don't know. I feel like one thing that drives me nuts is the security settings here must not be... Like, I've set it to high and then never seen a security door, and set it to low and seen, like, multiple security doors. And I get that, like, okay, it's RNG. Like, sometimes that's going to happen, but I feel like they made it really, really subtle. Just get the showroom now. Ignore that middle room. I'm not going to use the library for nothing. Can I do the the treasure map? E3. No, it's already dead. Wait, no, maybe it's okay. E3. E4. D4. Wait. I can actually fucking do it. Oh my god. Can I do it this run? Let me check. E3. E4. D4. D5. And I can just go into D6. Holy shit. And I can actually use the goddamn coat check again. So I could have been like putting vault keys in here. I could have made it common. Ugh. All right. I'm going to be... It just occurred to me that... Oh, I'm about to be so pissed, aren't I? If the treasure map is like, oh, here's some gems, and not like a progression puzzle, if it doesn't tell me something about fucking the nation of nuance or Vera or something, I am actually going to scream. Oh, do I need to have the... I bet I need to have a fucking shovel for this, don't I? I don't have a shovel yet. I can still get around there. That's a pretty good pull. Actually don't know. There's not really anything I can do to get a shovel now, right? Because I've already rolled the commissary and it wasn't in there. I guess I can try to get green rooms because they occasionally have a shovel. I'm gonna have to put it back. I'm gonna have to put it back. I just have to come to terms with it now. Probably fine. Just make sure. E3 to E4 to D3, or I'm sorry, E3 to E4 to D4 to D5 to D6. And I think I had to walk that path to get here. Now to find something to dig with. Okay. Well, sometimes there's a shovel in here. Gonna give it to me, are they? I think other rooms where I've seen a shovel spawn. The courtyard's really the big one that I can think of. I don't want to die. Yeah, attic, good call. Hopefully I'm able to pull one. That was my first security door for the day. That's free now. Okay, this would be a great spot for an attic. Could also do the walk-in closet. I can't turn back time here, though. I think I just have to do it because I could redraw and then not get anything good. So please give me a shovel. Are shovels even allowed to spawn in here? Because it's like her walk-in closet, right? Don't know what that's beeping at. Oh, there it is. Well, there's the attic, but if I roll it here, I'm dead. It's not a great position to be in. I feel like I have to take something that will keep me alive and save the dice until I know it's going to save my life. So yeah, I guess now it doesn't matter. Although I could try to do 5 just to read the fine print. If I were to secret passage, I would secret passage. To what? Don't think it really matters. Green, maybe? I have a better chance of pulling a shovel. And the only one I've consistently seen it in, though, is the courtyard. I don't know if it can spawn in the cloister. Okay, well, we'll get another experiment proc. Have to take that. Oh, it can spawn in the aquarium. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, redraw. Just gotta burn them all to try to get one. Could take the attic here. I'm losing out on my opportunity to try to fish for the final classroom so I don't have to pull it anymore. But I gotta get rid of this goddamn treasure map. If I get up here and there's no shovel. One, two, three, four. There's not a shovel. 5, 6. Shitting and crying and screaming, pissing and throwing up. I have like every item, every common item except the shovel. The secret garden spawning. I just got the key for it, so I thought I would try. Kitchen keeps me alive, technically. I don't have a lot of rooms left, but I still have 2 dice, so I should take what keeps me alive. Getting stars every time I do that. It's nice. I didn't even think about using the antechamber for that. That's a good point. There's our classroom, thank God. All right, I gotta get my screenshots back out here. Classroom. All right, so we can use this to learn stuff from the letter in the tomb. It's fun. Earlier, Rajan didn't use verbs. The rare uses of verbs are comprised almost entirely of loan words and are mainly used to describe physical actions. Because verbs were implied. Gate, huh? Okay, so some of this I was already starting to put together from the map earlier. First small toward new start of me, lack of myself, old the end of, away large last. Yeah, so like jaw was on there like the last C, the first C kind of a thing. And they don't show you C, but I guess you're meant to be able to intuit that from the map. Acceptable. Making sure my screenshots are high enough resolution that I can make them out. I think so. So Yate is almost certainly going to come up, and it's going to be a safe puzzle, I assume. Someone finally did 5 out of 6 instead of 4 out of 6. Okay. Well, let's look at the one that's 5 out of 6 and then compare it to the board. Hello, can you teach me a new word? Let's look at everything else first. Did everyone write that? Agilor, Nevlor. We'll teach Nevlor. Okay. Cool is... I see, so we're meant to get more of the information here from their test answers. AJ is new. Go first. Laura's word. First word. Nev. New, the start of. This is great. I love this shit. This is like extremely my shit. Large house is to the east. Awam Ovet. Awam Ovet. Okay. So, toward... Okay, we know Et from the map from the earlier screen. I like that this is grade 8, so you had to have seen the map screen to be able to start making sense of those two things, right? So Et's east. Let me start a section in my spreadsheet here. Learning Arajan. Combine map with maps in geography class with grade 8. So Agilor, we'll teach Nevlor. So we don't know what Wool must mean you. Is the main thing we learned from that. Agilor is first word, new word. Large house is toward the east. Elam Ovet. Et equals east. Ov is toward. And Hewam. A must be is Wam house. Oh, Hugh Okay, so it's a suffix. Large, I see there. Just need to restate the ones that I'm having to infer from other sources. I will swim at dawn. I'll swim Nevdao. Oh, Nevdao is new day. I'll swim Ajdao. Swim Nevdao. That could be the one that's wrong here. Is it Aj is first versus... I like new day for dawn. I think that's good. But let's see what everything else is going on here. I won't read at night. Read'll nigh. Read'll nigh. Le read nigh. We know ul is supposed to be a suffix. So that's one of the ones that's wrong on Phoebe's. Branches of the tree are old. Tree venven. Tree branch ven. Ven Traven. Interesting. Acceptable. Trey is tree. Then is old or the end of. Oh, the end of the branch. All right. So we need to know the objective. Objective is reading letter tomb. That's the one place I've seen it written only in Arajan. The trunk of the tree is small. Menevtre. Prefix small, new. Menevtre. Trema trunk. Because here these is I'll swim branch ven tray ma trunk. So ma small the start of the tree is the bottom of the tree. Okay. I guess there weren't any other things that I needed to pick up here. So Phoebe was potentially wrong for getting L teach, although I'm not sure if that counts as wrong. Because I guess you can infer the verb, so excluding it seems to be fine. All right, anyway. Oh, I should have done the secret garden. I guess I can do it from the chapel, assuming the door's locked. Or I could redraw. What would I be redrawing for? Something on the edge, like a green room that might have... Oh, patio. I need this anyway, don't I? Oh, but then I can't get... Fuck. I don't have the shovel. Can the patio spawn a shovel? I need the shovel here for a puzzle from the... Can... There's other green rooms that can be on the edge that have multiple exits, though. Right. Hold on, let me look at my room list. Terrace is a dead end. Courtyard I've already rolled. Cloister. Veranda is a straight line. I can't roll the secret garden in the northeast corner, and I have the key, so I may as well try to use it. Let's redraw. Maybe take something that lets me go south from here. And north. No. Can I not get anything that rolls both the north and south exit? Conference room. Okay. Come on, it is locked. Oh, but it's not a good kind of lock. Okay, never mind. I don't know if the Solarium is ever able to roll one. Okay, I want a regular lock here. Fuck, I didn't get one. All right, well, there's the patio anyway. Not gonna have the shovel. I'm gonna have to put the treasure map away. You can, okay. I'm guessing a hallway closet can't. Empty boxes are both true. Gems are in the black box. This is not an empty box. Okay, well, if that's true, and that's true, the gems are in the black box. If that's true, this is not an empty box. That can also be true. These things agree. This one must be false. The empty boxes are both true. That would be... One of them must be false, if this is false. It's true. This is true. I guess the empty boxes are both true. Well, this one's empty, so it's permitted to be false. One of them can still be true. So I think the gems are in the black box. Gems are in the black. This is the only box that I can infer a gem location, and I can't get it from other sources anyway, so probably get it based on that. Okay. Doesn't work here, that's right. And I am officially hosed. Try to get some. I could try to gamble on this thing. I'm not going to use the broken lever for anything else now. Oh, right. Let's re-roll. Okay. I feel like I've just about gotten it every time and then gone in the red. Is that completely fair, as far as anyone knows? Like, is it actually just randomly selecting one of those pure 1d8 or whatever, 1d10 maybe? So I would usually never do mini games like that. Making sure I don't have a room that I have to rest in tonight. I think I got the billiard room. But I do have to put my fucking thing back in the coat check. Got multiple rooms where I needed a shovel and could not get a shovel to save the life of me. Might check security just to make sure I didn't somehow miss one. Fair but not real physics, so it taunts you. Okay, yeah, that was kind of the spirit of the question I was asking. Thank you. Trunks. Trunks, I mean, trunks can't contain tools, right? Because they can contain lockpicks. They wouldn't be able to contain a shovel, though, I assume. Oh, I didn't realize that was locked off. Okay. Put this thing back in the coat check. I don't know when I'm going to get the stars to align on the exact pattern on the map again, but anything else to do here? probably be my last run, so I'll try to make it count. Did finally get a vault key, although I don't know how many total vault keys I need to get the Sanctum key. I assume that's the last one basically everybody gets. Maybe you get super lucky, or your coat check isn't taken up and you can actually use it for something. Been burned on the tool shed before. I know this is useful. To 60 coins, which is cool. That's part of why I didn't take it. Okay. I'm gonna try to get the stars now that I know how that works. These 5 steps is pretty bad, but the permanent progress is probably worth it. Been last few runs I've had like 100 steps by the end. I guess that's because I've been doing classroom and eating every apple. And usually getting the observatory thing that helps with apples. Yeah, with nothing to spend it on. I see it next to me. Go ahead and give it to me now. Yep. It's okay, I'd rather have it than not have it. There are 2 false statements. A box with a false statement is empty. This box is empty. A box with a false statement is empty. A box with a false statement is empty. All right, well, suppose this is true. If this is true, the other 2 statements must be false, which means that a box with a true statement, well, no, a box with a false statement is not empty. This box is not empty. Means this box has the gem, which would be true at this, because that's still a box with a well, hold on. There are 2 false statements. If we suppose that's true, these are both false. If this is false, that means that a box with a false statement contains gems. No, it means that how can this be false? A box with a false statement is empty. It's not true. And then a box with a false statement is not empty, which would be this one. Okay, I think it's just blue based on which one could possibly contain the gem without actually looking at the puzzle too closely. Oh shit, I got one wrong. What was the answer on that one? That really, I almost never get those wrong, so that feels really bad, actually. It's 3 gems down for nothing. Okay, it's 2 wrong in like 42 pulls, I think, which is pretty good accuracy. I need keys. I got confused by it saying A, right? A box. So like, what's the inversion of A again? It's the thing that always trips me up. So A box with a false statement is empty. There are 2 false statements. This box is empty. So if this is true, it is the only true box, and these 2 statements are both false. A box with a false statement is empty means that a box with a false statement is not empty. This is a box with a false statement that's not empty. If this box is empty as false, it would have to contain something. These seem like there wasn't a contradiction here, unless if this is like being fully inverted somehow. Would have been easier to figure out if it said both boxes with false statements are empty. We're at 49 now. If something increases the stars during the run, can I come back to this room and see more constellations? Like when I got a second observatory, I got to completely do the observatory again, which was surprising to me. Gonna lock me up in one location, but I'm kind of tilted on this run anyway, so. Alright, so unless if I get another Hall of Mirrors, I won't get to see what 50 stars does. Oh, I'm sheltered. Oh, but the experiment still works. Okay, well that's a good combination then. Didn't even think about that. This game keeps putting random singular coins. I should have actually grabbed the furnace. I didn't want the dead end there, that's why I didn't. I can still get it again later, I guess. It's kind of funny that the metal detector doesn't work for telling you whether there's something worth digging up in a dig spot, like the thing you would think a metal detector would be for. There you go. Change it. Get rid of the stupid current metal detector rule, which makes the metal detector kind of suck ass. It's already common, which is what we want. Oh, I want Drafting Studio like all the time until I get everything, and then I could maybe change the rarity again. I kind of like the laundry room. I don't think I want it to be very common, but rare is probably too rare. Make it so the metal detector just tells you if there's something worth digging up in a dig spot, and get rid of the current mechanism which prevents them from adding quality of life features to finding stuff lying around. There's the furnace, but if I take it here, I'm dead. Prefer to not be dead at this juncture. It already sucks. I already hate it. It already makes things more likely to spawn, right? If you have it. And I don't think that would make it useless because we already know that the contents change based on whether you have a jackhammer or not, right? So I would not dig up garbage until I got the jackhammer. The third statement's a paradox. Wait. There are two false statements, which means that the third statement is true, and the first two could be false. Because the first box could contain the gems, right? It's not empty. That's valid. A box with a false statement is empty. If you invert that, a box with a false statement is not empty. That's the box on the left. I don't see the paradox. Unless if I'm misunderstanding the wording in some way. Oh, I would never take it. Yeah. The third one said there are two false statements. Which, that was the one box that I said was true, right? It's true that there are two false statements. The first statement is false. It contains the gems. The second statement is false. One of the two boxes contains the gems. And then the third one is true. Right? Am I nuts? I believe you guys that you have it right and I don't, but I'm trying to understand why I'm confused. Okay, I don't think I have the sledgehammer. No. I suspect my confusion is tied up in the phrase "a box." That they're like they mean something when they invert the meaning of that. I'm taking that phrase being false. A box with a false statement is empty to mean that a box with a false statement is not empty. Maybe that's incorrect. Let's just do this. Chance of finding items in green rooms. Already rolled most of the green rooms, so that's not super helpful. Wait, There wouldn't be two false statements if there being two false statements is true. No, that's not true. Because there can be either, there must be either two false statements and one true statement, or two true statements and one false statement, right? So if the third box says there are two false statements, and that's true, we have a legal loadout. We have the true box and two false boxes. And then you have to check, do the two false boxes create a paradox if they're in disagreement with each other, and they don't. Oh, is the Reddit thread disputing it? Okay. Is there anyone saying that no, that's not true, there isn't another possible solution, or are they agreeing that it's wrong? Oh, that's great. Don't super need keys. My experiment's already ready to pop. Oh, and it's not as close as I thought. Okay. Right. Don't have that this run. I think I might be dead then. I like the cloisters, the thing. Two gems, a key, a coin, and 5 trunks. God damn. Yeah, in that case, they should have said both boxes with false statements are empty. I've detected that ambiguity in the phrasing of several of the puzzles, and usually chat correctly identifies, well, actually there's a different paradox that removes that ambiguity problem, right? Assume the gems are in the first box. What's the true false status of each of the boxes? Okay, the first box says this box is empty. It's false because it contains the gems, so we're good. Second box says a box that... Let me reread it. You wrote it down a second ago. A box with a false statement is empty. So the middle box is empty. Oh, that's it. Okay. Right. A box with the false statement is empty must be true now because the middle box is still empty. So the middle one... Wait, no, it's not true. Wait, fuck. A box with the false statement is empty. If it's false... I guess it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter because what you're saying is that because there is a box that is empty, the middle box must be true? Is that what we're saying? I would never. Would never. The extra gem has been, like, so good most of the time. Silver key, maybe? It's right in the middle. Oh, I thought I was going out the other door. Fuck. Well, that's fine. The middle statement must always be true no matter what, because if it's false, it is the only false box. I'm trying to think it out here. Rotunda. If statement 3 is true, statement 2 is necessarily true. There are 2 false boxes. A box with a false statement is empty. Because there must be at least 2... Okay. Because at least 2 boxes must be empty. If there are 2 false boxes, one of the false boxes must be empty. Okay, I get it now. Thank you. Sorry. At least someone else was upset by it, but I'm not mad now. I get it. It's pretty tricky. All right, let's see. Oh. Okay, so there's a 9th classroom. So that was a 40-hour spoiler, or however long ago it was, when I was like, why can't you guys, why is it not showing me the classroom when I was able to roll the classroom from the outer room? And you're all were like, we can't answer that. I'm like, what the fuck you can't answer that? It's an error, right? It's a mistake. And then we got it from the drafting studio, and it's like, okay, well, it's not a mistake. It's still a mistake because it should have been there. It's because you were thinking of this specific application where it needs to roll to get a 9th classroom. It still should be in the directory, though, before you get the drafting studio. I still maintain that that's a mistake. All right, let me add that as a urgent thing to do now that I've done 8. Okay. Where are all the fucking red rooms, man? Keys are a problem. I was really thinking I should have rolled the furnace in the bottom right corner instead of the morning room. I might actually be dead now because I didn't. Oh, I got saved. Hey, there's the patio, and I can dig. And I already pulled the archives. Okay. Hi, Ben. That's kind of mean to put the tip about digging right there. I like that. Benedict Timothy. Yeah. Oh, great. 2 keys. Saving my life. All right, I just have to remember to go back to the archives before this run is done, but that means that this run is not a waste. That's something good. Oh, including the one outside. Let me do the free redraw. Yeah. It's true. Do I have a conference room this run? No. Let's do a bunch of free redraws. So my reason for wanting to take the attic is hoping that there's a locker room or a vault room key in there. I have a couple ways out of here, I guess. Now they implied that the key card was given to staff members. Is it more likely to spawn in staff member bedrooms, like the maid's chamber? Because that would be nice. Kind of a shit pull. Not among the things that I wanted here. Fucking 21 gems. Don't think the cloister was keycard. Okay, so I can redraw to not die, although the freezer's kind of attractive with 21 gems. I forget if the security room was a security lock. I think there's at least one security lock on the premises. That's good. Need to get one more red room and I can unlock all the doors. Well, I'm in trouble. Can the locksmith sell? Well, no, we gotta reroll it. I don't know if it can sell the thing I need. And I'm dead. Good try. The vault key is what I meant to say. All right.
As it was foretold,
Alzara 5.
awakened at the sound of the Dovecote. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. Faintly in the mist, I see a figure. A statue cradled in a courtyard of sentinel stone.
And we know who that is, I think.
You will find yourself one day wandering these paths.
Diagonal paths.
In the footsteps of the past. Wandering. And waiting. Searching for a shadow that will never be cast. Longing for the day to end.
It's like this train station, yeah.
Hours to pass.
Can't include vault keys. Okay, thanks for checking.
What you have heard here has been foreseen. Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Okay, well, I am dead. And there's really nothing to be done for it. Right? Oh, archives before I leave, right? That was almost bad. So what you really want is you want the moon pendant and the emerald bracelet, and you want to carry over the emerald bracelet to the next day, and then get the hovel. That would be the dream. Or I'm sorry, the study, not the hovel. Wait, this just goes to a dead end, doesn't it? Yeah, it's so easy for me to get turned around sometimes. Gotta go all the way around now. How the fuck do I go here? Pool, showroom, courtyard. That's it. Isn't it completely crazy that the metal detector doesn't do anything with buried treasure? Like the thing you would use a metal detector for? Maybe it did at one point and they changed it. That would make a lot of sense. What's this one? That's nice that it stays open. Okay, well that's going to be a date for safe somewhere. Archives. Mary Epson birth certificate. Found in archives. Probably a safe password. And unfortunately, we already know this. So that's not very helpful. Laura and Simon, which I think we'd already pieced together elsewhere. Okay. Don't think I have anything else to do. Start leaving far future Marstead notes. So far future Marstead, I guess this game ends up back on the schedule by any means. Obviously go through the stuff you probably already remember. The big Uber puzzles are the 8 safes. We count.
Ding 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 ding.
Oh yeah, good call. Where is there a console? I can do it outside, right? Oh shit. Ben's unplugging stuff. Hold on. Hold on, Ben. Just made that rare, didn't I? Oh, man. I think like it already comes with a gem. Dice are useful. I think +3 apples is the most transformative since there's occasionally stuff with apples. Several things can happen with apples, actually. This is probably the more helpful for a run. Well, since I made it rare, let's just do the apples. All right, anyway, future Marstead. The main things you're working on, if you count small gates, 8 gates, crack 8 safes. You've done about half the safes. There's other things that have to do with gates. Big one is the there's a word for gate in the language you were just learning, Rajan. So I bet something you'd said as an urgent puzzle is using a Rajan to decode the letter that's in the tomb. You should have a screenshot of that, so you probably want to work on that next stream. The other big one is the realm sigils in the basement. You've done half of them again. You've done 4. You have a little bit more information from this episode. You know which nation has turtles. You know what their symbol is. You know where they are on the map. There's a bunch of stuff from the classrooms that you can work on, so do that. You want to try to get a 9th classroom. So as an outer room, if you get the old schoolhouse, you should roll it. You now have a 9th classroom just from the regular drafting studio. You're trying to get 9 classrooms is the way to go. Every time you draw a classroom, you can re-roll a ton of times to try to get more classrooms, which I would recommend. You still need a vault key to get into the vault to open one of the last sanctum doors downstairs. You've got the new clue puzzle, which is really fucking annoying, but maybe next time you're preparing stream and recompiling the spreadsheet, look through all the screenshots again to try to figure out how you're supposed to start that. It involves looking at the 4 differently colored books, possibly more than 4 differently colored books. So there's 4 that we know of because we know the anagrams, what they stand for. And then there's a way to get to a specific page and a specific word. Also in a new clue, there's a lot of other things to do in a new clue. There's lots of other hints to other content. Every single page in a new clue has some kind of like arrow that's pointing in a certain direction that might be telling you a certain path you have to take through the house. So try to follow the arrows from a new clue. And otherwise, look through the notes, update the spreadsheet, and open next stream by summarizing the new stuff you're going to be working on. I would probably just recommend next stream just start playing. You're looking for vaults and vault keys. You made the vault common, so you got to get the vault key now that you've got the vault. It would be great to finally get the stupid treasure map done. You have to also roll a shovel in the same run that you have the treasure map, and that hasn't happened yet, so that you can actually use the coat check. If you get another chance to change the rarity on the coat check, I'd probably make it more common so you can carry over the vault key. It shouldn't be too hard to get the vault and the vault key together now that the vault is common, but the key doesn't seem to appear very frequently, so good luck to you. I love blueprints. This isn't a game that I love-hate. I equally like and hate lingo. The stuff that I find frustrating about blueprints does not make me hate the game at all. I think the game is actually turbo brilliant. It deserves all the accolades it's gotten. Everyone should play it if you're into puzzle games, especially if you're into Epiphany puzzlers. It's great. Most of my complaints about it are mild quality of life things, and I find them particularly frustrating because it's like I don't feel like they would be particularly hard to implement in most cases. I would like to see more permanent progression stuff. I think that there's tons of design space for permanent progression that doesn't break the game. The example I gave earlier of some kind of thing that lets me carry over 10% of my keys, gems, and coins every day without needing a specific room, I don't think would be busted at all. Because right now it would have me start with 0 keys, 2 gems, and 2 coins, right? Who cares? I mean, it'd be good, but it would make it feel less bad if you get a crazy run where you have like 1,000,000 steps or something. And yeah, I do think that as you get later in the game, RNG starts to really taunt you a bit more. And I think that would be solvable by just giving you a little bit more control over RNG in the late game. Maybe there's still stuff I haven't found yet that would help with that. Maybe if I use the coat check more often, that would help me a little bit more. I kind of think that the moon pendant should be a permanent upgrade. And it could carry any 2 items with you from that run forever. I guess arguably it is, since it's easy to roll the showroom, but it's not always in the showroom. I think it would be nice if it was always in the showroom at least, so you could make the showroom common and then pick it up, and then that should really help you with future runs, like always being able to carry over a shovel or something like that. Great game though. Thanks to everyone who supported it. It is the most well-supported game in the history of my channel. I got 25 hours of sub-block time and then a bajillion votes. So if people want to see more of it, please put it on the schedule. I'd be happy to play more.